Yeah, so basically, it's still the 25th of September, and I'm fixing a load of the problems that I found from the last update. One of the main things I was going to do was update the build, and I'm no longer going to do that now because I found it was the pause on focus, which isn't really a viable. It's not a problem on iOS, I don't think. I need to double check it, but I don't think it pauses if you switch apps by default. If it does, I need to work out how to fix it, but there's definitely some crashing that's happening around that functionality, and it's not that important, so I'm probably going to skip it for now. What I am going to do is on the reset screen, I'm going to make the full screen white and then bring up a confirmation box for each. So I need to kind of work on that now. It's probably going to take the rest of the night, I think, based on the mess of menu stuff that I've left, but that's fine. There's a few other little things I'm going to do, like to enable the cursor on the intro. Yeah, I'm going to do that right now because I think it's going to be a quick task and I want to do it anyway. So, right, so intro. I don't know if there is even a cursor on this layer. I think there needs to be for it to actually work. Just double check that. Maybe not. Unless it's always on safe frame. I don't know where safe frame's stored. It's not there. Maybe it's on boot. It's on boot. And that's, yeah, okay, so safe frame's basically something I've got to show the different iPhone sizes. So the red is the extents of any of the modern iPhones, and the turquoise is basically an iPad, and then the yellow's the iPhone 4 and 5, a 4S and 5 I think, and the little green one in the middle is the 3GS, which unfortunately I still have to support because I originally supported it. That really annoys me because the game's resolution could be a lot higher, but it's fine. So these little corners here don't get used. And I have no idea what this would look like if I was going to support Android, which I've had requests to do, but this would be a fucking disaster. Okay, right. So, got the mouse cursor on every layer. So this is a global layer. It's in every layer of the game. So I don't need to think about the mouse cursor. So, wherever the intro script is, I need to see. Right, where is the mouse? Set cursor to none. No, it's on start of layout. So I need to basically find out when I allow the player to input anything. So when intro input is enabled, there. So here I am able to change the cursor to, oh, not that though. Forgotten how I do it now. It's in every tick somewhere. It's that there. Every tick. Where are you, intro? There. So just say change that to every tick. I can put it inside this. That should work. Let's give it a whirl. Oh, and I don't need that anymore. I'm predicting a bug right now. Basically, if you let it loop, it'll turn it off again. Sorry, I'll leave it on, even when you don't need it. And that's what's this going to launch. I don't think I launched the right layout, sorry. Every time. So still no mouse. That's good. Still no mouse. Still no mouse. Skip. And there it is. So if I let this roll through, it should just reset it back to nothing. Maybe. I think it's about 30 seconds till it loops. Hopefully on start I just hide the cursor by... Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Hopefully I do. Yeah, looks like I do. Then check it does it again. I'd love to animate it, but I don't think I can. I think mouse cursors don't animate. Oh, I'm not using a mouse cursor anymore though, so maybe I can animate it. I'd like it just to go whoop. Oh, there, it's just pointless polish. So. I should probably hide the mouse cursor at that point as well. I didn't like that the mouse cursor froze then. I'm going to try it again, just in case that was a weird bug. No, it's not. I know what it is. It's because I disable the input, and when I disable input, right, I know how to fix that. It's still going to be broken. I don't need to play it there. Okay, so so I've got this here, but as soon as this intro input's disabled, so what I need to do is look for something else. So maybe I need to have a condition to check if the intro's been deactivated. That could work. Yes, I think I can do that. I think I just need to check to see if something's... Is group active? Right, so I can. So if intro is not active, I could technically put this at the top of the stack. Like here. And that should work in a way that I expect it should. Oh, and I totally forgot to share the Twitch channel. Terrible. Oh, my mouse is there a bit earlier. And it's disabled again. And then it's re-enabled again. Oops, I'm talking over myself, sorry. Right, that didn't quite work. Why is not active? Let's look for intro. Set group activate. Okay, so there's a few seconds at the start where it's not actually active. So that's no use. I could just write another variable, it's fine. I just didn't want to. I'll do that. It's okay. Alright. Let's call it intro mouse. Okay, so what I need to do is check to see if that variable, what's it called? Intro mouse. If that's equal to 1. Yeah. So if that's equal to 1, then it shows the mouse. Okay, so now I just need to set it back to set it to 1 when I need it, which is around oh, of course, near the start though. I can close that Twitch because it's probably slowing everything down. Hello to anyone new watching. And just bear with me, I'm working on some annoying little bugs. So I don't need that open. I haven't actually checked to see if that music carries on. Now I don't have pause on focus. That could be annoying. I'll just test this and then I'll see if the audio is coming through that way. Yeah, so where do I skipping cutscene, fade in, fade out, intro input deactivated, no, intro actions, intro, animate, no, intro input, right, this one. So it's on this one, I need to enable that boolean, well, integer that I'm using as a boolean. Right. Intro mouse. Let's set that to 1. I should probably set it to 0 on start as well, maybe. I'll just see how this runs first. And I get to test the audio as well at the same time. This loading's getting crazy. It's all the audio, I think. Oh yeah, so the music does carry on actually. So no mouse cursor. So now I've got a mouse cursor. I'll leave this to about 30 seconds so that the intro loops, and then I'll see if the mouse cursor disappears, and then I'll see if it reappears. It should do. Have I literally got to be... Okay, right, so it did disappear. Let's skip all this. But it was still there then. That's... I do need to set it to 0 on start. Okay, that's easy. And... yeah, okay. There was a little hitch when the level changed, but that's okay. So if I need to minimize this... Okay, so if it's minimized, the music stops. Alright, that's fine. And I just want to do a quick test. So that's the thing I want to change. I want to make it so that when you click this, it makes the whole screen white and it has a ticking across, like basically. So if I was to then minimize this, if I come back, does that... Aha! Oh, that bug is there now. Interesting. That's a pretty nasty bug. I'm trying to think what I could do to fix that. Yeah, it's like it's in some kind of state that it doesn't understand. It's almost like it's paused. I'm not quite sure how I can debug it either. So I'm going to have to bring back pause on focus, because that's not the problem, it's whatever I've just added to the game. Well, I'll think about that in a minute, because I've got to get this working. One thing at a time. Let's do the easy thing first. Alright, so on start I set that to 0. That's all I need to do. Make sure I do it before any delays at all. Let's try that out. Just need to check Slack a second as well. Sorry. Just getting some messages through. Right. So still no mouse, that's good. Skip it. I'll let it restart now. It should be fine. Should be. I think it takes about 20 seconds, 25, something like that. There we go, I can skip this now. No mouse, good, good. So clicking off and clicking back on again isn't actually causing the problem. The thing that is causing the problem is going in game, going back to the menu, then clicking off and clicking back on again. Is that right? Yeah, okay, right. At least I can reproduce it. But what the hell would make it do that? I'm trying to think what could even do that. Cannot think. Maybe this quality streak will help me think. It won't. Mute the mic because not cool. Listen to somebody coconut sweet. Takes a long time. Right, so this bug's weird. I need to work it out. I think I'm just going to go through one by one and delete everything from the stuff I just added. So, however, the mouse thing's back, so that's good. Strike one off that list. Oh, hi Albus. Yeah, I worked on. I worked at Ubisoft, so yeah, I worked on some big things. It was cool. I work on Star Citizen these days. Yeah, working on Star Citizen at the moment, or Star Marine, I guess. Sorry, lots of noise. Yeah, it was cool. I worked on a bunch of different open world games back in the day as well. And now I'm making a Game Boy game. Oh, thanks for the follow. I need to get a little animation for when that comes up, just so that I can kind of see it in the corner of my eye. Because if I don't have my headphones, then I can't hear it. That coconut's all stuck at the back of my throat now. Oh, and there's the. This is the same mug that I used to drink out when I made those games. Yep. Okay. So the intro thing worked, but I need to work out why the pause menu stuff is broken. So let's get rid of. So reset to reset level. I'm gonna just disable that for now, because I'm only testing one of them. So text score reset set to invisible. I don't actually. What even is that? Don't know. It's fine, right? So I'm just gonna. I'm going to set all of this to disabled and just see which of the things that I've got. So basically I've created this game from zero. Yes, yeah, totally. I think there was like some sample project that I started from, like that was within this. It was basically just like guy walking along and platforms are generated, but everything else I did, like obviously there's very little. I think I kept the comments because I'm not very good at commenting my script, so I kept some of that. But yeah, I made this game. I didn't make the music though, my friend Barry did. Just saving for a second. I'm pretty sure this won't do anything when I try and skip back to the quote screen now. I think it won't work. But we'll try it anyway. Oh, it's getting dark outside. Yeah, I'm going to sell this game. There's currently a version already out on the App Store, an older version, but this is like kind of like a, I guess, let's call it a director's cut of the game, like what it should have been when I released it. It's like $2, something like that. Can't remember the exact price. It's around that though. It's not the lowest price in the App Store. It's the second to lowest because it's quite, it's quite a simple game. But let's see if this works. Oh no, it's not that one. Okay, so the music from the previous level's playing and the screen's white. Right, so what I do need to do is, so I need to turn off the pause filter and stop the music. Maybe stop all will do that. Let's try that again. But yeah, because the company I work at, Cloud Imperium Games, they are independent. They allow their developers within reason to release games. Obviously, if I was making a space game, there would be some conversations that would have to be had. But because I'm making my own independent effort that's totally unrelated to work, I'm allowed to do what I want with it. How much money am I planning to make? Probably not much, to be honest. If I get any, that would be good. Just because every year that you have a game on the App Store, you have to pay Apple about $100, I think. And I'd just like to get that back, really. Because this is a hobby, I'm okay with that. But I don't want my hobby to cost money if I can help it. Like, if it's fun, that's cool, but it would be nice to get the hobby paid for. So yeah, if I get about 100 sales, that's cool, because that would be about the money that would be about all I need to pay for the last year. Because when I first released it, I think I had to pay for the engine, and the engine was about $500 maybe. I might be making that up. And then there was the Apple fee for 2 years on top of that. So it cost me about $700 to make it in actual money. Like, obviously time's really expensive, and it cost me a lot of time. Okay, so that's still not working, but it did stop the music. Right. I can still click there. So yeah, if it sold 100 copies, that'd be cool. Obviously a lot more would be great, because, yeah, well, it'd be nice. It's good to make things that people play, right? Yeah, so far the game's kind of almost paid for itself, but now I'm at a point where I'm starting to lose money, unless you take into account A, my time, and B, my Photoshop bill. So paying, like, Adobe, that's quite a lot of money, actually. Like, to get that money back, I can't actually remember how much it costs these days. Let me just look that up, because I'm actually interested. Plus I'm going to have to, because I've moved back to the UK now, I've got to change my account from my Canadian Adobe account to... Sorry, just got a message from someone. Got to change my Adobe account from a Canadian one to a UK one. They didn't actually let you do that. So yeah, I'm just going to see how much it costs. Learn about Creative Cloud. We have Creative Clouds for everyone. Sorry, I'm just going to mute that sound. It's kind of annoying. How do I mute? How do I mute? God damn. I didn't actually know how to do it. Well, Slack needs some work, clearly. Because I want to mute it, and I have no idea how to. There should just be a button. There should just be a button. Never mind. Yeah, so it's... okay, so it's £45 a month. So I would have to sell... yeah, I'd have to sell quite a lot of this. Like, I'd basically have to sell about 70 copies of this every month to make up for that cost. So that isn't going to happen. Really, not ideally, really, it's not going to happen. But it would be nice if I could do that, because then I'd be well, yeah, my hobby would be paying for itself. But no, as for how many little games I've sold so far, this is my first one. The previous version of this sold about 700 copies, maybe. I actually honestly don't know. It's less than 1,000. It's more than 500, so let's say 700. Yeah, so let's say about 700. That was how I covered the initial engine cost, which I think was $500. Then 2 years of Apple development costs. Yeah, obviously that doesn't include my Adobe costs, which after 2 years is quite a lot. Yeah, we're talking over $1,000, right? So, I think. Well, yeah, around $1,000 or something. So I'd have to sell about 1,000 copies to make that back. Which maybe I'll do it. I doubt it, but it would be nice. But yeah, I haven't made any other games. I'm going to move on to another one once this is done. But yeah, I'm not sure yet. We've got selling them for 0 and take money from ads. Yes, the way I do it, people don't make money. The best way is to release it free and then get money from ads or get money from microtransactions or other things. I just don't want to do that. I might do that in the future with other games, but this one I didn't want to do that with. This was the most direct way I could reach people who wanted to play this game, I feel. Like, this is for people who are, I guess, nostalgic for the Game Boy and want to play something that looks, I hope, nice. And yeah, I think if I was to try and like release something for free and charge via ads or through microtransactions, I'm just kind of scattershot releasing something. I don't actually care who plays it at that point. I kind of do care who plays it. I'm making this for people like me. Selfish as that sounds. So let's set. Maybe that's the issue. This bug's quite annoying. But yeah, you definitely make more money from ads, and if I want to make money, which maybe I do next time, I'll go that route. But for now, I'm sticking with not making money. Because I've got a job, so it doesn't worry me too much. Okay. Where'd the music go? Weird. It's still not working. Set pause to 0. Set the time scale to 1. Yeah, running out of ideas for this thing. Not a lot of people watching. Okay. Yeah, I guess then it's not made for many people. That's fine. Yeah. Because I make money from like the things that sell lots. Like I don't. I mean, obviously there is some level of ego involved. Okay, so this works, but then if I click off and I click back on again, that's still fucked. It's really annoying me now. I'm wondering if maybe on where's quote? Let's search for browser. Browser pages visible. Stop music. Wait 0.1 seconds. No, that's not it. I think it might be in options as well. There it is. I'm resumed. That's what I care about. Pausing. Yeah, and to be honest, I don't know how many people actually enjoy watching these kinds of things. I quite like watching them, which is why I do them myself. But yeah, I'm not sure. Right, okay, so there's something I do. So when I resume, I check if paused is 0. If paused is 0, I set it back to being paused again. Hmm. I know what I need to do. Oh, sorry, yeah, yeah, my job is, I'm a level designer. Well, I'm actually just a designer now, but yeah, like I'm a designer for Star Citizen, which you might have seen. Let me get a link. When it loads, it's this thing. Yeah, I'm a designer for that. And more of my stuff can be found here. Although that's at the bottom of my screen, right, on Twitch, so it's pretty obvious. Down here. Yeah. It's ridiculous how long some of these event sheets are now. But yeah, I'm a designer. I've been a level designer, a mission designer, and a content designer, I think. I was just general designer. Bunch of different things, but all design. Okay, so what I probably want to do is at the start of the option screen is unpause it. That didn't copy paste for some reason. Where is it? I really wish this wasn't such a mess. Right, okay, so it's around here somewhere. There it is. So what I want to... Oh, I must have deleted it. Oh no, I copy pasted into Twitch. Yeah, I need to find... So let's say pause. So on quote, I need to set pause to 0. I think that should fix it. Maybe. Yeah, I've been busy. I've been working for about... I've been doing this professionally for about 10 years now. I used to make mods back in the day, or like levels for mods. Like probably since the late 90s. But none of that stuff's really worth mentioning now. Like, things have moved on. Where is the music? Oh, weird. Some kind of issue there. Alright. Click off, click back on again, and it's still broken. Ooh. I have no idea what's doing that. It's very annoying. Is it in the quote thing? Right. Page is visible. No, it's not in that. It is in options then. It was on resumed. It's this bit here, which I can never find. There. Alright, so it sets the time scale back to 0. So it's paused to. Wait, what? That's backwards, surely. So on startup, it's setting pause to. That doesn't make any sense. I'm just going to disable this and see if that fixes it. That's really weird. Professional work, 2 views. League of Legends, bronze, 4 to 40 views. Yeah, what can I say? People like to watch people play games, or work on games that already exist. I don't know. This is Pixels as well. It's got a smaller audience. Where is the music? This is getting worrisome. This music thing. Right, let's try it now. Moment of truth. Okay, so that's fine. I fixed that. What the hell? That's really strange. Why would that be happening? That's a really weird, really weird bug. So this all seems to work fine. Let's put it in horrible color vision. There we go. How's that make your eyes feel? There we go. Okay. So it looks like I fixed that issue. So resetting back to here puts everything in the right state. Okay, so does that mean I need to... I think that just means everything's just going to work. Yeah, I'm sure I'm not exactly the most entertaining person. I just make the games. Yeah, I'm not gonna walk around on my hands or whatever, or get my cleavage out. But yeah, I'm just working on a game. No one wants to see that. Right, where are we? I'm just going to close all these because it's getting pretty hard to work out what I'm looking at. So at the moment I'm working on options and game and a bit of the menu. Okay. Yeah, sometimes people will sometimes join in with some kind of knowledge of this engine because it's not something that I'm particularly an expert in. Even though I have been working in it a while, I only work on it in evenings and weekends, and only sometimes. I'm actually not drinking tea. Don't let this accent fool you. I am drinking pretty off-the-shelf coffee, granules. How common. It's okay though. Yeah, I don't really use Twitch that much. I sometimes watch a couple of different people like who develop games, like the guy, I forgot his name. He's making a really cool game called Monument. No, not Monument Valley. That's just terrible. Manifold Garden. Manifold Garden. I forgot his name now, but it's a really cool game. Mint tea. Is that what you mean? I'm also drinking coffee allows me to eat these lovely quality streets. I should mute every time I stick one of these things. Yeah, mint tea. Enjoy. Alright, so where are we at? Let's do a full screen effect, which I think I have on the trees layer, yeah. Okay, so on the trees layer I can use, let's get rid of that. So this is Screen Smash Flash. that's a cool name. So Smash Flash, I need to find that and turn that on when the pause screen's up. So actually Smash Flash is going to be underneath everything else. I might have to use the fader instead. If there is a fader on this, there is. Turn off trees, fader. Right, so where do I reference fader? And is there anything on it? Is it a global layer? Yes. Is it global for that level? Yes. Excellent. Right, so there's definitely something on this. Right, this thing. What have we got in here? We've got fade up, fade down, fade up darkest. So I'm going to duplicate this and just call it matte. And we're going to get rid of all the other frames. So now I can just use this. It's slightly offset. I don't know if I just did that or if it's always been that way, but it's fixed now. Yeah, so now if I switch to matte on the fader, I should be able to put in on an extra 2 buttons on the fader layer. Don't know how I feel about that, but no, I'm pretty much done for levels. Basically, I've got what? Let's say about 16 tasks left to do, including some bugs. But yeah, once they're done, I'll be making another game, I guess. In fact, I haven't done it in a while, so I'll just show now. Show you another game I was working on. I'll try to. So that's not working. in, but that takes me back. Okay, that's cool. Let me just save this up, and I'll open up another construct. Yeah, mainly, I'm probably going to make another game next. I was actually going to go back and fix up one of my older games, but I'm probably not going to now. There was this that I was working on. I don't know if this is the right version of the game or not. It'll be a bit of a mess, I imagine. Oh, it's running in a browser too. Weird. Okay, yeah, this is not the version I was meant to be working on. This was a version I was trying to scale the game down so that it would actually run on iPhone, because for some reason this was too much for... Yeah, this isn't the right version of the game. How annoying. Maybe it's this one. Yeah, I think it's this one. Again, running in a browser. Annoying. Yeah, that was the new name of the game. Yeah, so for some reason, this runs pretty badly on iPhone. So I was just going to try and make a PC version and put it on itch.io or something. It'll be free. But I just wanted to finish it off. Like there's no scoreboard for it now. I'd like to add a scoreboard to it. Maybe use Facebook integration or something. I don't know what. But yeah, it's quite, very simple little game. Not too complicated. It was made in a 1-hour game jam. Obviously, it looked nothing like this in the 1-hour game jam. It looked like total garbage, but the overall flow was still there. I find this incredibly easy. Actually, I'm gonna let myself die. Yeah, so that was one of the things I was working on. So many. This was one I worked on a while ago as well. I think I worked on this in 2013 New Year Jam, I think. If I can find the... Where's the loader? There's the loader. Great. Again, another one that's running in browser. Yeah, this was like kind of the second, like after Jack Be Nimble, like which is the Game Boy game I've been working on. This was the second one I was working on. It's kind of pretty simple, really. It's just a top-down shooter, but it was again made over a weekend, and I've sort of polished it up a little bit as well. Skip this. I need to scale the mouse cursor. It's a bit wrong at the moment. As for how I got oh, weird. Crashed for a second, I thought. But as for how I got into game design, I just kind of used to do it like years ago when I was younger. Like I was making like levels for like Quake and Half-Life and stuff, and then I moved into modding, like trying to make my own games or helping other people make their games. At the time I wanted to be an artist actually, but there were no real jobs going at the time, so I think my portfolio kind of it was general enough to sort of show that I had an interest in art, design, and audio, and all these other different things. So I got a job off the back of that at Midway back in 2007, I think. Yeah, simple little game. I'd like to kind of polish it up and release it again. It wouldn't, you know, I couldn't sell it or anything, but it's a nice little game. Yeah, it's cool. But yeah, I made a couple of little things like that, like over time, but nothing really I can release. Like the Game Boy thing that I'm working on now, I definitely can't release it, because obviously I did in the past. Trying to find one that was kind of interesting and different to share. Oh, there was this. I think I might need a controller to run it though. Yeah, I think I need a controller to make this game work. And I don't have one plugged in right now. So, yep, not this game, unfortunately, sorry. Yeah. But I made a couple anyway. But no, I don't make games for phones now. I make, like, obviously I've worked on, you know, Watch Dogs and stuff like that. Far Cry, and then now I work on Star Citizen, which is a PC game. And in my own time, I make games for phones. Well, a game for a phone. I can't say games yet. But yeah, this game is for a phone primarily. But maybe I'll put a version out on Steam. We'll see. Just I find people to be a bit negative towards these sort of mobile style games on that platform. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I just make small games in my own time, and small games fit phones. So, like, I don't make large games in my own time really. There have been one or two I've started working on, but they're not very far along. So that button does work. Okay, so that works. I just need to work out how to make it so there's a white screen and I have a you know, a confirmation screen. Okay, so where are we? So it won't be on game, it'll be on quote and options probably. Alright. So it'll be here somewhere. How do you do the design? I don't know what you mean. Like the game design, or do you mean like the art and stuff? Like the art and stuff I just draw. I mean, I've had to learn how to do it, I guess. But it's just been like an iterative process. It's just like I do something like, and it might look good, it might look bad, you know. I just keep doing it again. The point of the game is it's a score-based game, so you've got to basically get as far as you can in a level, and then whip as many candles in that time as accurate as you can. So your distance is your base score. The amount of candles you manage to whip will be the multiplier for that score, and then how accurate you are is another multiplier on top of that. So it's basically big numbers are good, and that's how you score higher in the game. It's a high score game basically. Each level has a different set of challenges, but also a separate scoreboard. So if you're better at avoiding some of the more difficult challenges, you might be able to get a higher score than somebody who's just attacking the score on a previous level. Like, so there's a reason to continue because your overall score is going to be higher. Yeah, and that's basically it. It's quite a simple premise, really. Right, so if I add a... where are the confirm and deny buttons? There used to be bosses in it, but I had to take them out because of time, unfortunately. Right, so let's say reset yes and reset no. We're cloning these and we're going to change their size potentially. So reset. Reset pause no and reset pause yes. And we'll put them on the fader layer and start them off invisible. Oops. I don't know where the middle is. Just pause there. I guess it should be yes, no, right? Maybe? Yeah, probably that way around, I think. That's a weird thing to have to think about, but I think it looks better when it's yes, no. Are you sure? That are you sure is probably going to have to be up there as well, so I'll have to make another one. But yeah, when it comes to the art of the game, I just basically drew it. Like, whenever I needed to draw something, I just drew it, pixel by pixel. It's not really much more to it than that. Obviously, it's very time consuming, hence why I'm making small games. It takes ages, especially because I want to achieve a certain layer of polish, quite a high layer of polish, I think. Or at least I like to hope that it comes across that way. Right, so if I touch reset home, first thing I want to do is fader. Fader, we set that animation to a matte. And then we're going to show the two other buttons. How the people are going to buy the game? How do the people are going to buy the game? People must search for it. Yeah, I mean, the only way I've really advertised the game is stuff like Twitch, on Twitter and stuff. Twitter, Twitch. Like, there've been a few reviews of it as well. Like, I had quite a nice write-up by Pocket Gamer. This isn't a review; it's just kind of a little interview. Something like that. Like, that's a good way of getting, the name of the game out there at least. Yeah, there's without paying money in any way, shape, or form, or going to conventions or all these other things. Like, I'm not going to bring this game to a convention, not because it's not important, but because this is just still a hobby for me. It's not something that I desperately have to get in everyone's hands. It'd be great if people did play it, but I can't. I've got to put all my time into my actual work, not just my hobby, So I set the matte animation, which is going to be the cover on the screen, and I need to show these two new assets. So it'll be set invisible, I guess. And same for that one as well. Where is it? There. So set these two to visible. And I probably want to stop all other touch events. Don't quite know how I'm going to do that. I could do a check to see if it's matte. The odds of being successful is 1 in 1,000 because, yeah, probably. Like I said, like I sold about 700 copies the first time. Maybe I'll sell more this time, maybe less. But that's totally fine. I'm okay with it. I don't need the money really. It's just it would be nice because it would pay for the cost of making it. You know, it would be cool. But yeah, like you said, it's not high chance of success from that off the back of that. But I mean, it's cool. I have a job and all that. And I've worked on a bunch of other things too, so I can just keep working on, you know, these little games on the side, and it's just kind of fun. I wish I did more game jams, to be honest. I don't do enough of them. It's just time, and any time I spend making some other small little thing for fun is time not making this thing finished, allowing me to move on to something bigger next time. So set that to map. I guess I need to check if that's playing. So yeah, if I put this on all of the other, if I had this as a condition. So animations. So if that's not playing, then it'll work. So I need to add that to basically every pause button, and that should. It's not the cleanest way of doing it, but it does work, I think. We'll see. So obviously I need that one. That one. I think that's everything. So I'm just going to launch it now. It won't work now, but how much time do I spend doing this a day? It's hard to say in a day. I guess maybe 6 hours a week. Maybe. The actual solid work on it, I'd say 6 to 7 hours a week, probably. Alright, so now if I pause, and I hit this. Oh, that was strange. Oh, of course. I forgot to clear it, to disable the level change. Silly me. Where? Yeah, I'd say 6 to 7 hours a week, because on the weekend that's when I spend most of my time. So today I spent maybe 2. Well, what's the stream say? Yeah, so I've spent about 3 hours today, so this is quite a long one, and yesterday was another 3 hours, so 6 hours. And I spent about an hour in the week, so I've almost hit my 7 hours for this week. The week before, I was roughly spending about an hour to 2 a day, but I didn't do anything on the weekend. So, yeah, I'd say roughly less than 10 hours a week. Like never really more than that. Which I guess is probably the same amount of most hobbies, I guess. Like last week I spent a lot of time playing Counter-Strike. And that was roughly around the same amount of time, I guess. So it's probably similar to that. Yeah, so all I want to do is make sure that all of the other buttons aren't doing anything. Okay. Well, game development's not easy. It's just time. That's all it is. Really. Like, you can have some kind of natural talent for some things, like art. You could be really fast with. I'm not particularly fast with it. Okay, right. That's working. Sort of. It's working enough. It's a bit jarring, but... So the reason that's clicking is because I've got this in the background. That will fix that clicking sound. That was a bit jarring, I will have to say. Where's the middle? So the middle's probably more like there, is it? Let's say it's along that middle line there, so that's got what? 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 6. So that's got to be move over like maybe 2. Right, okay. So that should look better now, aesthetically at least. It should work better. Seems a bit... The mat did seem a bit heavy. I think I need to maybe... Wondering if maybe I should copy that pattern. So what are these patterns that I've got? Just wondering if maybe something like this might work better instead. I'll try that for now. Just so you can kind of see where you came from. So it's kind of stacking the menus. I don't know anything about League, to be honest. I didn't know that there was a... Yeah, I should do more sports. It's not good for your health, like sitting around doing game stuff all the time, but it's what I do. I feel like I've got to get this game done before I can actually do anything, before I can move on with my life. So dramatic. Not a fan of that. Don't think that looks so good. Oh right, yeah. I guess that's the professional sort of like physical activities. I guess can be quite grueling. But yeah, I didn't know much about that. Not exactly in shape myself, so it's fine though. Oh, weird. So I just crashed it again. Yeah, I've made some changes today that have made the game very unstable. That isn't good. Not when I'm this close to the finish line anyway, it's just... It's definitely stuff that you wouldn't really see on the iPhone, but I do want to make a Windows version afterwards, so... There's something weird going on with the music too. Okay, so that's stuck on screen now, is it? I mean, that looks okay, except the fact that paused. Wonder if I could overlay that. It's the crash that's bothering me. Yeah, there's definitely something not right about that. It's to do with the browser thing. So basically, if I pause it, click off, and then click back on again, it unpauses it. This is... whatever I wrote today has really messed things up. I knew the pause stuff was temperamental, but I didn't know it was this bad. And it certainly shouldn't crash. Like, what even is that? This might not be new though, maybe I've just never noticed it before. I'm not comfortable with this. Well, I'll just carry on, I guess. Right, so what do we got here? Text options. Right, so I need to make a duplicate of that as well. Text options, then we'll call it text. Are you sure? Text confirm. And I need to copy the same values that I've got for this one. Are you sure? -40. And then set it to center and all that other stuff. Yeah, I think it needs to be set to the center. Wow, so tired. That hit me pretty hard. I'm surprised. I was feeling pretty awake earlier. I feel like I've got nothing done as well. So again, make that invisible. Then I'll make it visible when I click on the object. Right. So options. Right. Where is it? Text. Yeah, I mean, I'm rocking an old iPhone. I've got an iPad, but which is quite new. But like, yeah, I'm still rocking an old iPhone. I figure a lot of people still got them. It's still a decent install base too. Like, a lot of people are still using them and buying apps on them. So. That music thing is really bothering me. Right. Oh, that's not quite as readable as I was hoping. Eesh. That probably shouldn't work. I wonder. But the sound or the music? The music I didn't make. The sound I made. The music though, that's done by a friend of mine. The sound I make using SFXer. I'll just open it up and give it a quick go. There's a web version which you can get. Or BFXer, I guess, because SFXer seems to be down. So you can use something like this to make the audio when it loads. So if you want to make a... Well, that's a horrible sound. So if you want to make an explosion, you've got a base to work from, and then you can kind of change the sustain time so it lasts longer. So it sounds like a a larger explosion, I guess. Then you can turn the decay time up so it keeps going for a while. Probably want to change the the decay time should be a lot more. Turn the sustain time down. Yeah, so you got a sort of explosion there, and you can kind of mess around with the frequency as well. So you can get like different types of explosions. Like that sounds like something you'd see in a typical top-down, like kind of combat game or something. Yeah, like a Spy Hunter or something, like something like that. So you can make kind of it's like slightly higher quality sounds if you make them shorter, I guess, because maybe you work with pink noise instead of white noise. You can make it. You can turn the sustain time a little bit, decay time down. And then you get a bit of a gun sound there as well. Like you'd have to mess around with the cutoff a little bit, I think, or the frequency maybe. There you go. You got kind of a bit of a top-down like shooter, like a Hotline Miami style game. You can make a gun sound out of that, like There's a mutation button to kind of add some like randomness to it as well. So yeah, not too bad. It's quite a simple tool. I'll link it in here if you would like. I've made quite a lot with it, like not this sort of stuff, but like that kind of sound effect is like the sort of thing you'd have in like an adventure game when you're going up some stairs or something, or down some stairs. So you know. And there's some weird shit like that. But yeah, I find that quite useful. Nice little tool. Okay, so not getting through these issues very fast today. Shouldn't be such a chatty Kathy, should I? There's also chiptone. I don't know about that one. I sometimes use. I always forget the name of it. I've got it installed somewhere, but I always forget the name of it, so I can't ever find it. It's really good for making like more complicated sounds. Let's say you want to make the sounds of like all the different Pokemon or Metroid enemy sounds and stuff. I can't remember what it's called though. I've got it installed somewhere. But I want to say lice cap, but it's something like that. It's like lice cap. Lice cap's the thing you use to record GIFs, but I'm just going to click on that thing that you just linked. I'm curious. Also, hello, respawning. Ah, okay, this looks kind of fancy. Wow, yeah, this is cool. How does the vocoder work? That sounds interesting. Does that mean if allow... Does that mean I can like record my voice or something? My voice or something? Yep, it does. So I don't know where the vocoder stuff is, but my voice or something. This is pretty cool. Thanks for linking. Okay. Have a good one, Albus. That sounds very ominous. I hope everything's okay. I'm gonna save that one. That seems cool. Thanks. I'd like to think there was some like yeah, like translation issues there or something. That seemed a bit dark. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, so where was I? Right, I need to make it so that, well, that background thing didn't work, it looked terrible. So I need to move this stuff to... I'll put it back on pause. And with the fader... Yeah, I'm hoping for at least 1,000 sales to get my Photoshop money back. That would be nice. We'll see. So not fader then. Let's go to the pause screen. Trying to think what I could do as an overlay that would make it so that... So if I maybe have a second pause filter, there's UI pause filter. If So I make another one of these, and I call it force filter confirm. And then put that into pause over the top. Oh, it's tiled, okay, right. And I edit that to maybe just that. And then I bring these two elements to the top. So by default this is invisible, then I'll show it on the option screen. So I don't set the fader, what I do is I set that to visible. UI pause filter confirm, set that to visible. I need to change all of these to if that's visible or not. Easy, but yeah, clearly I should quit if I ever stop for a while. I should just come back the next day, because this has been, yeah. Yeah, pause filter, yeah. So if that's not visible, okay. You're having trouble getting stuff done yourself, right? Yeah, I stopped to get lunch, and then when I came back I just haven't got anywhere. It's really annoying. And the stuff I'm doing now is so like fine and just picky. It's horrible. Horrible tasks left. Gotta do them though. The rest of the week is just, well, there are a few fun things left, not many though. It is just boring bug fixing now. Oh yeah, when you come back to yeah, when you come back to a project after a while, like, it's pretty horrible. Oh god, that's disgusting. This is pretty painful. I just keep clicking off and back on again to see if it's going to crash it again. I want to know if it's going to crash. It's not crashing, why not? Ha! Crashed it. That's not a good thing. I don't know how to fix it. But it is crashed. I imagine if I was to grab an old version of the game and just constantly switch between the game and like Twitch or whatever, it'll eventually crash, and it'll be something that's to do with the engine and not me. At least that's what I'm telling myself. Oh, that was in the wrong order. But yeah, that isn't a very good. Isn't a very good pattern. I think if I do this, that will work better. That might seem obvious. Is this message off? Oh, it looks like today's earlier videos uploaded. Wow, I'm tired. Where's my... Huh. I was looking for my Wacom tablet, but I can't find it. Weird. It shouldn't crash, it shouldn't have anything to do with C2 either. Yeah, I know, but it's just when if I like switch between like one app and the other, and eventually it'll just die. I think it's probably a Node WebKit thing. Again, this is not going to happen on iPhone, and iPhone's what I should be worrying about right now, but I keep getting stuck down these like spirals of shit. Right, so I'm just gonna see if this confirmation screen is too... Yeah, that's the problem. I don't want to be crashing these bugs now. I want to get all my little polish tasks done. It never crashes, okay. Like, what's this about? Why is my music not playing now? And now it just starts. Like, what the fuck's going on? It's like a memory thing, maybe? Again, I think it only happens in Node WebKit, but could be my imagination. Alright, okay, so... Well, that's not quite in the center, is it? That's funny. Yeah, I guess. Find the bugs. Ugh. Well, I know why I'm getting problems with the game quitting. The resume problem I was having, because I just disabled the resume stuff and I really shouldn't have done, but it fixed the crash that I was having, so that's the reason I did it. So it's not in there. The tiredness is real. It was on this, I think. Wait, no, don't do that. So this thing, right? Actually drives me close to wanting to kill. So it's this thing I just disabled. So now that stuff's all back to normal and it shouldn't crash anymore, but it'll have some kind of weird visual bugs, I think. It's not crashing. There you go, it's crashed. I'm going to open up a new project and see if I can reproduce it, because I cannot understand how that could be my fault. There's not enough code running there. I swear it's something to do with that browser thing. The browser plugin, I mean. Just open up another project. What's a simple one? This one will do. No, it's not loading a WebKit. I'm hoping it's a bug in WebKit. Wait, I didn't have pause on focus on this project. Let's try that again. It's not crashing. It's not crashing. It's not crashing. Right. Okay, maybe it is my fault. I wonder if it's to do with the music being weird. I don't know what it could be. I've crashed it. So it crashes as soon as it loads the project. Well, it's able to crash as soon as it's loaded the project. The hell does that mean? So it didn't seem to crash on the loading screen. That only includes variables. So on the boot screen, that includes options, so it's probably something in options. Just going to try and disable everything. I'm assuming it's not going to do shit now, but let's try it anyway. Yeah, so it's not crashing here. It would have crashed by now. It's my resume code. Fuck's sake. What? That's weird. Reset data. The worst button to come up. I'm assuming my option screen's broken. Okay. So it's something to do with the option screen. Everything's a little bit screwed now, but the option screen has the color script in it. Okay, it's the option screen then. So if I do a search for browser, because it's got to be a browser plugin thing, how much is in here? Right. so that's the vibrate stuff, that's not relevant. It's probably to do with this resumed. Won't be the full screen stuff. It'll be this. It has to be this. So on resumed, if the pause is set to 0, sets the timescale to 0. Wait, really? That should crash it 100% of the time. Because it's not crashing, it's just setting the timescale to 0. What the hell? Do I have anything in quote for the browser? Page is visible. I don't know why that's there, but... How about variables? That's another sheet that's attached to basically every level. No. Why am I doing it like this? Like, if I just disable this, will this fix the crash? This kind of stuff drives me nuts. Pretty sure that's crashed. What if I delete the browser object from the project? It's a heavy-handed way of checking it, but... might be needed. There's a hidden browser thing somewhere. What the fuck? Wait, I crashed it, and there's no browser object. I have no idea what to do. Just got to respond to the girlfriend. 1 second. Fuck's sake. What could this even be? Wait, I crashed it on the loading screen. This cannot be me. Like, there's nothing running on the loading screen. Like, it has to... Okay, it might be in variables. Maybe. What's in variables? Loads of variables. So adding the time every second. Submits achievements if they're ready. There's nothing here that can crash the game though. Yeah, I mean I could do that. Well, it's not going to pause it, so it's not going to crash, is it? I don't think. Wait, no. Thought it crashed it. Can't crash it now. I think it's the pause on focus thing. It's just, why would that break? Unless my node WebKit's out of date. I hate shit like this. This is where you burn time. This is where being a solo person on a project's terrible. Just burning time. I can't reproduce it without the pause on focus. It's the pause on focus that's doing it. Revert all this stuff. Right, I'm gonna try and update my... I'm gonna update to the latest beta. See if that fixes it, because I did see something in the change list about that, so maybe that'll fix it. Maybe. Didn't ask me to update. Weird. It usually asks me to update when there's an update. Update. I'll get a new version now. Code over iOS, blah 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 blah. Sounds like a risky download. How'd you get the latest Node WebKit again? I've forgotten. You have to get it separately, right? Yeah, I can pause it my own way. Which is actually sort of what I was doing anyway. It's just... It's a bit of a shame they've got something that's broken. Like... But I use iOS Cordova stuff anyway, so... This is probably a positive thing to have, so... what the hell do you get? Where the hell do you get the Node WebKit stuff from these days? Because I'm convinced I haven't downloaded that in a while, so... thanks. NWJS, right, yeah, I need to remember that. 1st of September, yeah, I definitely don't have this. There's no change list in here though, so I don't really know what it's going to fix, if it's going to fix anything, but... It's got to be better than the previous one, so... Well, hopefully. Oops. Alright, let's install that. Oh wow, really? I wonder if that's got something to do with my crash. Look how many versions are running. What the fuck? Really? Oh shit. Well, obviously I've got a lot of Chrome open. That's probably never a good thing, but... I've got loads of these Node WebKits open. It's like it's not closing any of the previous ones. What the fuck? What? I wonder if... What the fuck? There's loads of them. Why can't the installer close them for me? I don't know what this Node.js thing is here. I don't know if it's related or not. It might be for something else. Is this like every time I've tried to test, it's left one running in the background? Clearly. What an unproductive night. At least I have chocolates. Orange next. Not having that purple one, don't like it. Right. Let's see how things run now. And hope this didn't affect the Cocoon IO plugin. That's something that used to be really annoying because Cocoon IO was running kind of different plugins to the one that's in Construct by default, and you ended up losing your references to all of your achievements and stuff every time you updated. It was a nightmare. Right. So this has still got pause and then focus on, so I'm just going to test to see if this has actually fixed it or something. This is science. Science is happening right now. It's not crashing yet. Basically, I'm just clicking between Twitch and the game window really, really fast. That seemed to be the reproduction stuff. Maybe if I leave it for a second and go back to it. One of the times it crashed from minimizing it as well. I'm starting to wonder whether or not it was crashing because there were a million of them open. Fuck my life. Come on, crash. Just prove it wrong, you bastard. Come on, you know you want to. Just crash. Oh, what a bastard. It's not crashing anymore. You win this time, Construct. I might write a batch file that closes all Node WebKit instances. Unless maybe that was a bug with that Node WebKit and it's going to be fixed now. So that looks terrible. I don't know, I think that... I already think these objects are all a bit too high, so what I could do is lower all of them, and then the same kind of effect I've got with the whips and the score in the center, I could just have that over the top and have the confirmation inside that. I actually did want to add that for a secret in the game as well as a sort of another part of it. Sorry, I've just got a load of messages to look at, I think. But yeah, that could have been it, right? The Node WebKit thing. That could have been just because there were a load of them, or it could have been a shit version. I don't know. It's crazy. Hey DJ Jackson 7581. Hi. Well, D Jackson, not DJ Jackson. D Jackson. Right, okay, so that's clearly not. Okay, right. So everything's fine, basically. This shit could make me kill. Like, seriously. Alright, sorry, I just need to send this message. Right. So where even was I? What was I even doing before all that stuff was happening? Right, so I just closed that. So if I open up, I shouldn't see a single Node WebKit thing in here. Should I? Looks fine to me. That's cool. Right. Why's that got a little exclamation mark by it? Yeah, so maybe it was just... Maybe it was just that version of Node WebKit. Might be just fucked or something. I don't know. Right, okay, so let's work out why that text up there is really offset, wherever it is. Where is it? Yeah, so maybe that Node WebKit thing was the thing causing my problem because I can't reproduce it now. I shouldn't have wasted so much time on that. That was stupid. I should, because this Node WebKit only affects the Windows version anyway, and I'm not working on that right now. Stay on target. Right. So this is on. No, I've put it on the wrong layer. That's why, idiot. Right. Making stupid mistakes tonight. So if I press cross, okay, so let's go to options. Seems a bit over the top to have a massive green fill, but could I get away with having a little bit missing? Looks a bit nasty. That pause going across the top is going to look really bad though. Yeah, it's true. There's no real wasted time. It's just I'm getting so close to the end. I want to kind of get the last big bugs done. You know, I hate finding new ones that don't really amount to anything. You know, so. But yeah, thanks for the help. Yeah, come back anytime. Have a good one. Let's try this. I keep trying to make it crash. Still trying to make it crash. I was going to make the escape key skip that actually, I might still do that. Eesh. Yeah, I was right, that does not look good. Look at that. Yeah. Yeah, so if these were lower down and I press this, I could have the whip come out like this side, and it has a confirmation screen there. I could try that instead. That might be better. I will try that. I think that looks pretty good. I think that works. I could use that somewhere else as well. I'll just be back. I'm going to grab another coffee. Let's finish up. And I'm back. Right. Okay. Where were we? Yeah, so this is quite a quick way of hiding things in the background but keeping the game running as you'd expect it to. I think that'll work quite well. I think I just got a bit of a second wind. I'm ready to get this task done now. Oh, please don't crash. Save. Huh, okay, right. Let's see how that looks in situ. The music's still fucked. I will reproduce that bug at some point, I'm sure, and it'll annoy me when I do. So these all need to move down anyway, but when I hit this all needs to move down, I guess. Yeah, there needs to be in fact, the same height the ropes usually are is probably where I want everything to be. So let's go to there. Just going to move it out of the way a second because I'm moving all the others as well. So let's move that. So if I move all of these so they're more central. Well, maybe a little more central than that. Gap of 2.5. It's a bit annoys my OCD a little bit, but that's fine. I don't have OCD. Just a bit of a perfectionist. 2. Yeah. So that's, what's it, 8 and 2. So that would be entirely 2. Okay, so that needs to be entirely there. So everything needs to move up to about that level. So 1 over that line. I swear people notice this sort of stuff, they just don't think they notice it. But it's there. It's important. Or at least that's what I tell myself. Right. Let's put this back again. Alright, let's run this and see how this looks. Haven't even done the functionality of the button yet, it's just presentation. I should be doing it the other way around. This is what I scold people at work for. Why is the music stopping? I'm not sure how I feel about how it looks. I don't like it. It looks like it needs to be higher. That's cool. That works. I feel like the buttons all need to be about the height. I think they need to basically fill this with the description at the bottom. So this stuff's all fine. Let's just move that out of the way. Or at least keep it there for reference sake. This stuff all needs to be higher. I definitely think it does. I'm going to push it. Oops. Going to push it to the actual limit that it can be. There. that made such a big difference, honestly. Same with that. Okay. I think I might be able to live with that. Maybe. Nope. From the menu. So I need to check if there's more Node WebKits running. There are. Very interesting. Wondering if that's got something to do with what's going wrong. No music. And then it just kicks in. It's so fucking bizarre. That's better. Yeah, that's made a big difference. Spacing feels good. I like it. The gap between here and here is a little bit off, I think. I think it needs to move over maybe like 2 to 3 pixels on each side. Maybe. I can always fill the grid, that's good though. Bothers me where that pause button is though. Feels like it needs to be like kind of in line there and the center line. It's a functional thing though. I can't really do much about that. Okay, let's press it. Ooh. Didn't like that. Need to make it so that pressing that actually moves it back. Maybe that message needs to be longer, like, are you sure you want to? Let's kill some of these Node WebKits, shall we? Well, killing one just killed all of them. I'm using so much memory in Chrome. What? I need to close them. Like... What? Can I even switch to these things from here? Like, I'd like to be able to just double click that and go to the tab that's using up all that memory. It's probably a YouTube video that I've got like open from God knows when. Okay, right. This is going okay. I did feel this needed to be higher up. Where's the actual button? So if I... Maybe that's it. Maybe this just needs to be lined up. Oh, what is going on now? What the fuck? Something crazy just happened. Weird. Right. Construct undo Q seems to be very, very odd. I realise I've been complaining a lot about construct today, but it's good. Trust me on that, it is good. That's in line now, so I think that'll look good. It's because when the one object swaps out for the other, your eyes are kind of expecting they're expecting the grid to stay the same. It's not expecting them to move around. It's almost like toggling at that point. I think that'll fix it. It was just a bit too jarring for me. And this message is not shown all the time, so it's not an important thing to show. And I can also turn it off as soon as this menu's shown. One thing I do need to do is make that button press. So let's get the asset. Where are you? So UI. It's a level at home I'm doing. It's level, isn't it? Right, so one thing I know for a fact is the click region's too small. It needs to be the bounding box, like so, and the same for this. So I've done this one's, so that depresses it, so what I need to do is not even in quote, what am I doing? I said that the second one. It's not true, lies. Let's get some activity in here, shall we? Right, that's good. Movement in the corner of my eye. It's good. It's also gothic as shit. Right. Well, to confirm is visible. Yeah, that's right. Right, so we no longer have that matte thing, so we want to, so much noise downstairs. Set this to, no we don't. We want this to work instead. And set animation to clicked. I can't do a wait in here because it's paused, so the game isn't actually running. Except if the object it might be visible. I can't do a delay though. I don't think. How do I do it with the pause toggle? It looks like I do it on the pause toggle, so maybe it works. Try it. How long have we been streaming now? 2 hours. I'll get the basic of this done and I'll have to resume this tomorrow. I'm not getting anywhere. I realise that my chair needs to be a bit lower as well. There we go. Just realised that I've been kind of hunching a lot. It's meant to be level with the top of the screen now. I feel like I'm looking up. Right. Okay. Have they swapped over? That does look like it needs to be lower. I think I was wrong. That looks right now. At least I'm here. So if that was tiny, yeah, it's because the gap in between is wrong. So it's like 3, and that's more there. It seems like it might be just inverted from what that is. Maybe it's this. That might be better. Either way, that button didn't click. So how the hell do I do it on the pause? I have no idea why that animates. It's been a long time since I set this stuff up. That's why it needs to be set on a specific time scale. I just need to set these on the same. Oh yeah, and rotate the positions of the buttons because I don't like it that way around. I could have animated the ropes in and stuff and expanded the middle, but there are a few bugs with that, so I don't really want to reproduce more bugs. I think the reason I had this so much higher was because of the pause button, but that's on a different parallax, so it's actually not as much of an issue as it looks. So this should animate now, but even if it does, it's not gonna. You're still not gonna see it. I'm just gonna start from the quote screen because I'm gonna have to do so much more for the achievements now anyway, so I don't need to be tracking them. What even is in the purple one in Quality Street? Don't think I liked it anyway. Yeah, that looks better. That house looks like it needs to be bigger. It looks a bit lost in that button, but it's fine. Yeah, that could be a blink and you miss it, but I swear I didn't see the animation. And I'm near certain that you can't do a delay. How the hell am I doing it with the pause button then? So if I touch the pause button, it... Other options. I've got to find out what this other options thing is. Because it keeps coming up and I don't know what it does. So, right, what's it do? Sets reset to 0. Does a bunch of other crap. It's not useful. Okay. So if I hit pause, what makes it animate? That fucking thing. Right. So that's if you hit the reset button, not the pause button. This mouse wheel gets some use in this project. Okay, so when... So what is the pause button? I need to know more about it. I'm just going to start closing some of these things just to make my life slightly less scrolly. So pause press, how many frames are in it? It must be a slow animation. Okay, 10. It's not that slow. Maybe I need to set the click similar. I'm going to try that. So it's the house one I've been working on. Let's change the click range to bounding box like it should be. Oh, I forgot. I didn't do the click animation for this one. Joy. Okay. So here's that. So it's basically 2 blocks in the corner, right? And then from there it's just this pattern throughout. I do the edge, and the edge is a light edge. Oops. Does that have that corner in? No, the corner is not filled. Least fun thing ever. Why is this making my computer make so much noise? Hello, the Destitute. We have been speaking on the Construct forums, correct? Sorry, you've caught me doing one of the most boring tasks in the world. Dithering. Manually. I guess there's something somewhat therapeutic about it, because it's repetitive, right? Stress relieving, perhaps. There is a certain satisfaction once you complete a section and move on to another. Like there, I just decided to move to that corner because I knew I could finish it quicker. Ah, nice, thanks. I hope there's something educational or entertaining through whatever I'm doing. I'm working on some kind of nasty bugs and horrible features to implement. Anything to do with pausing is just painful. Always build that stuff up front, because it's a nightmare. I kind of regret lowering my chair now, my legs feel a bit weird. Yeah. Okay, that's looking alright. What else do I need to do to that? So use the mid green for the center and the light green for the outline. Cool. Oops. Done. Yeah, pausing's it's pretty nasty, and I found there's some kind of bug in I think it's in Node WebKit where if you've got too many open, well, I can't confirm this, but it seems that if you've got a lot of them open because they don't seem to close on their own, and you shift between, well, that's a bad example because you can't see what I'm shifting to, but say I was to shift between this and that rapidly, eventually it'll crash. Or at least that's what I think. I mean, I am crashing from it. Not for a little while, but I was getting a crash from it, so there could be something in that. I'm not entirely sure though. I'm using local storage for everything actually, and that's another one of my problems, because I'm saving things like whether or not you've disabled music and disabled sound and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's not a fun experience. Right, so I'm also getting something a little bit odd with my music as well. Like my music doesn't seem to be launching in full. It just sort of plays a little bit of it, waits a while, and then plays the rest of it. Almost like it's loading it, but it should be preloaded in the load screen. And I am going through the load screen. Could be part of the problem. I might be running out of space in memory. Like, this should have closed. This is what I mean. So let's see if there's any node WebKits running. Doesn't seem to be. Very odd. Yeah, there we go. Ah, cool. What's the plan for that? To make a new game or to sell a kit? I'm a big fan of 2D Zeldas. I'm not as much of a fan of the 3D ones, to be honest, but like Zelda on Game Boy, like Link's Awakening, definitely one of my favourite games ever. Absolutely love that game. Yeah, Link's Awakening, so good. I should really buy that again on the Wii U and just play it on the, you know, on the tablet. So I've never actually played through the DX version. Yeah, I think that's got an extra dungeon, like a color-based one or something, because it's when they added the Game Boy Color stuff to it. Shit. Oh yeah, I'm meant to be testing the pause when you're not playing. Yeah, I mean, this is meant to be very Game Boy, so... Right, is this gonna work? It didn't. Because I haven't set up the code correctly. Obviously, right. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Really slowly, but we're getting there. Okay, let's move all this up to the top because I'm fed up with scrolling. Right, okay, so I don't want to do any of this stuff until it's when the animation is finished. So, where are you? I can't see you there. So on finished of what? Really? Really? I had the animations named wrong. Mute and unmute. Fuck's sake. Default and clicked. That's what it should have been. Alright, let's make sure the click region's correct on it. Not that it really matters in the animation, but the animation should be what, 10 frames I think? Got it on 1. Slow's better I think. Version date build so far, a lot of work. So, sorry, I just need to catch up with what you're saying. So building one for your project. You're gonna sell a kit, okay. Well, if you sell it, maybe I'll buy it, because I like supporting this kind of stuff, and I would like to kind of try and make a Zelda-style game at some point. I've actually bought a couple of those things, but I've never used them. I just sort of bought them thinking that maybe I would use them, and I don't. I bought the Metroid one, and to be honest, I looked at how it was done, and I really, really didn't like their methodology. Like, the way they scripted a lot of the stuff, I don't like it. And I'm not saying it's bad or anything, it's just it wasn't the way I would have worked personally. It's a shame, but I can use it to learn a few things. Like, I think I went through looking at how they did some of their like palette swapping on some of their sprites. I looked at some of that stuff, and I used it to confirm to see whether or not some of the stuff I was doing was correct, and that was useful. But as a project, you know, so that I could reskin and release my own game, it wasn't very useful to me. People work differently, and especially in something like this where you can arrange it in such a obtuse way, in my opinion. That's what they did. It's still a good kit, and it's a cool little game that you get with it, but yeah, I didn't like how they put that together. I bought a platform one as well, which again I wasn't a fan of some of the stuff in it, but I liked the way the workflow wasn't in it. I can't remember which one it was. It was just the sort of, there were a couple of like custom plugins in there, and I really don't like using plugins. Just because sometimes I'll install Construct on a different machine, and then I'll try and launch a project. It's like, fuck you, you don't have the plugins, and you can't do anything about it. Just, yeah. But don't let that put you off selling something, because there's a high chance that someone like me will buy it. I just might not use it, or at least only use it as reference rather than actually as. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, building it out the box is better. I understand that there's probably some things that are done considerably easier using plugins, but yeah, it's really annoying. And I think maybe the Sierra Arcade doesn't support them if you use that. I don't know if anyone actually does. I've used it in the past. Clicked. Right. So now I'm going to try this again, and it should work. But yeah, I adore Zelda: A Link to the Past. I absolutely adore it. Sorry, Link's Awakening. I also adore Link to the Past. But I've got fonder memories of Link's Awakening. Like, I can remember the day I got it. I remember, yeah, very fond memories. It's just got so much charm as well. It's just so different to the other games, and it informs the other games as well. It's just so different. I absolutely love it. That didn't do anything. This colour scheme looks great on this menu there. Oh, you played it on the GBA. I actually, yeah, I did the same. Obviously, I got the SNES version for Christmas. What year would that have been? Let's find out. Time to feel old. Because I know what games I got that year for Christmas. It was a big Christmas. Got more than one game. Always fond memories of those Christmases. Right. So I didn't get it on launch because I know what game I got with it. Yep. So Christmas 1993. That was when I got Zelda. So I got it 2 years after launch. So I would have been 8 years old. Yeah, because I remember getting... What was the third game? I got 3 games that Christmas. I got Zelda, A Link to the Past, and Jurassic Park. And at the time, it was the same year that Jurassic Park had hit the cinema, so I was well into my dinos at the time. And I think the other game I got might have been Exhaust Heat. Yeah, so obviously Zelda A Link to the Past, and then Jurassic Park, and if I can find it. Yeah, this thing, Exhaust Heat. It was called something else in America, it seems, but yeah, this looked like real life to me back then. Amazing. Oh, and that was Montreal as well. Wow. It all comes back. That's, yeah. Makes me feel funny when I see stuff like that. It's like, yeah. Brings me back. And this game was great. I just wish I had a mouse for these sections. Oh, God. It was just cool because it was like, you know, you had your, I guess, as I called it at the time, sort of Zelda style sections, and then you had the Doom stuff, I guess. Everything was a Doom clone back then, right? Using Mode 7. Yeah. Man, that was a great Christmas. Yeah, so 93. In May 2015, approximately 300 copies of the game went up for sale on eBay at a total price of $1,500. Wow. Yeah. Fun times. Fun times. Amazing. Yeah, good memories. Oh yeah, Game Maker's Toolkit. Yeah, in fact, I actually linked someone to this earlier. The guy who makes that interviewed me for this game. Here. That guy. He interviewed me about being a AAA designer and also making games on the side, which was cool. Got the game a little bit of attention, which was nice. That was before he did Game Maker's Toolkit though, so would have helped since, but Oh yeah, like looking back at Jurassic Park now, it's a total mess. Like, yeah. It was so difficult as well, no save games obviously. Yeah, but I have really fond memories of that. Like, probably even more fond memories about just getting those 3 games together than I do of like any individual games, I guess, like on their own, like just because they were 3 totally different games and it meant I could try different things out. It was awesome. Yeah, I haven't tried Dolphin yet. I've got a Wii U there, which I think I've only I think I've only turned it on like 3 or 4 times. I've got loads of Wii U games as well. I've just never played them. I wonder if it's even charged. No. Yeah, so I'll leave that. It's just for show. Yeah. Yeah, and I've got like the I've got a couple of the Zelda games as well for the Wii, which I plan on playing. It's just I've got this PC setup going on, so I've got like a monitor here and like, you know, 2 monitors, and I don't have any TVs or anything anymore, so I just kind of generally play games at my desk now. They're really nice screens, but it's just there's not much space for waggle, so I've got a Wiimote. I'm like doing this because it's so close to the screen, you know. Yeah, I need to do something about that. Like, I mean, I've got a Wii set up at my girlfriend's place, and she's got a load of space, so I could play it there. But yeah, busy with other stuff. Like watching Netflix. Right, so where was it anyway? Wow, went on a nostalgia trip there. That was cool. Yeah, 93, Christmas. I need to write about that sometime. That was, yeah, very fond memories. Yeah, it's making me think of so many different old things now, like old games. Crazy. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't 30 FPS on Dolphin. I mean, I've got a pretty nice card in this machine. I've got like a 1080 in here, so maybe I could run it pretty well. I don't know. Right, so what I was trying then was to make this animation finish, but it's not going to, so on clicked, I'm going to do all of the stuff that I wanted to do. Yeah, so I'll do that when clicked is finished. That might work, maybe. Yeah, I used to have a 780 in my old machine, and that served me really, really well. Sorry, in this machine I had a 780 up until a couple of weeks back, and I just decided I wanted to play Doom on Ultra, so I got a 1080, and I've played Doom on Ultra like once, but it's funny, I got a 1080 at work the week after, so I've ended up with the same setup at home and at work, which is kind of cool because it means when I play, you know, games where the save game syncs, I don't really have a different experience at work and home. It's kind of nice. I mean, not having the same experience is pretty much first world problems, right? But okay, that was a bit slow. Just gotta listen to see how that sounded. So if a GTX 650 can run at 30, I'm sure a 1080 could manage at 60. I should maybe try it. I don't actually own a copy of Wind Waker though, so I'd have to buy it. I would like to finish off, well, I guess that's the thing, I won't be... Can you transfer save games from console to PC? Probably not. Because I've got a save game that's quite close to the end of Twilight Princess, and it'd be nice to kind of run that at, like, well, whatever the hell resolution I can run it on here at 60. It's the original Wii version as well, it's not the remake on Wii U. So what I wanted to do was see how quick this is. Okay, that needs to be much faster, that's crazy. So what took that so long? Yeah, what I'll probably do is just finish the Wii version on the Wii U, and then maybe I've got not Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword still to play, and I could maybe play that on a PC and see if I can get that running at 60. Although I don't have anything, I don't have any Bluetooth stuff for the Wiimote, so that might be a pain. Yeah, like I was gonna say I don't even think I've got any memory card slots. Is there one in the MacBook? Yeah, there's something. I don't know what that is, but that I might be able to get something into that. I don't even know what it is, but yeah, emulating Skyward Sword would be cool because I think it's a nice looking game. People say it's not very good, I don't know. The only Zelda game I've not really liked, like, probably Majora's Mask. I don't really like that game very much. It's too much busy work. Like, kind of remembering stuff, redoing stuff, going back and forwards all the time. Like, I understand why some people really like it, but it's really not my kind of thing. If I was 10 years old, I'd probably love it, but too old and don't have enough time, that kind of shit. I think that's the problem. Yeah, I know people really like it, Majora's Mask. I don't have time for it. I bought the 3DS remake, actually, and I've got a save game in it, and I've got further than I ever have before. I think I've got to the point where you learn like a password to get into like a clubhouse or something. I can't remember, like some kind of den or something. You have to turn up at a certain time and say this password to a guy, and like I couldn't be bothered. Like, I got to that point, and then I think the timer ticked and the world ended or whatever, and I had to redo it, and I think I'd forgotten the code. I just could not be bothered with it. Like, I know I will try and play it some more, because I think there's something to be said about powering through things that initially seem difficult or seem counterintuitive. Like, usually there's a reason for it to be that way, and it's probably just something I'm kind of missing in it. Or it is just that I just don't have much time anymore and I'm old. Maybe. No idea. So this... So it played the sound effect. I think it was waiting for that sound effect to finish before it was playing anything. That was the problem. Let's click, and I need that click to be faster. I think that's one of the problems. It needs to be about maybe 10 frames per second. Too slow as well. Maybe it needs to be faster than that. Link Between Worlds. I haven't played that yet. I need to. It's on my list anyway of stuff I want to play. I really want to finish Twilight Princess, like, just because I'm so close to the end, and I'm literally playing the same save game I had on the launch day of the Wii. Like, seriously, because when the Wii came out, I got Zelda and something else. I can't remember what. And I started playing it then. I stopped playing it for 3 years, played it a little bit more, stopped playing it for a few more years, and then I picked it up again when I was in Montreal, when I moved to Montreal, 4 years ago. Now I'm back in the UK. And I think I played it for a couple minutes when I came back to the UK. So I've played that over... I'm going to check when it came out, but it's going to be stupid. It's going to be a stupid amount of time. Like, how long can a save game... Wow, okay, yeah. So I've been I've been playing that game for 10 years. One save game for 10 years. That's amazing. Yeah. I should finish that before the year ticks over to the next one. Wow, okay. I'm actually going to make that my mission. My Wii U is here. It's not plugged in. But I should it's my mission to do that now. Like, that is ridiculous. 10 years. What's my opinion on Breath of the Wild? I think it looks great. I've been hiding from everything on it. I watched the initial announcement and instantly Alt F4, don't want to say anymore. It looked a bit like an open world game, like the first Zelda on the NES, which is kind of what got me into games, really. I mean, Mario was the thing that got me in, like Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt. But when I got Zelda, that changed it from just like, oh, this is a thing I plug into my TV and have some fun. It bled into the playground. Like, Zelda was everywhere for me. Like it was really important. Yeah, it made me feel that games could be bigger than just levels, I guess. It felt like a real world and stuff. Like, all the items, yeah, it was a big deal for me. Game was amazing. Yeah, it looks great. Oh, the Pokemon games. I really liked Red when it came out. I played a lot of that. Like, a few of my friends at school, because I was in school back then. Yeah, like, it was popular then. I remember around when Silver came out, Silver and Gold, and I'd sort of lost interest, I guess. Not in games or Game Boy games or anything, just in that I felt like I played it and I didn't want to play more. I did buy the remakes of it, like Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I think I bought Heart Gold. Came with a little walker thing. But I didn't finish it, which is really weird. It's not like me to start a game and not finish it. Even after 10 years, I'm still going to finish a game. But I think I sold it with my DS or something. I moved on. In fact, that would have been it. I would have sold my DS and all my games before I left. Just around when the 3DS came out, which was just before I left to move to Canada. So that makes sense. But maybe I'll give the new ones a chance. Sun and Moon, maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say. I just realised I've been talking a shitload. Not getting anything done. I don't mind it, obviously. It's just yeah. Right, what was I doing? Stay on target. 10 frames per second. Let's make it 20. Yeah, let's try that. Yeah, the pedometer was awesome. Like, in it, it's much better than the one you get at Pokemon Go. And I have been playing Pokemon Go, actually. I really like it. It's cool. My girlfriend's really into it. She loves it. She lives in a place that has loads of Pokestops, though, and her desk where she works. She works in a library, so it's a public place. Well, she works in a university, a library within a university. And university campuses are usually like Pokestops, so she's basically got one on her desk. That was too quick. It needs to be 10 frames. Yeah, so she's leveling up much faster than I am, and it makes me sad. It's good that she's playing a game though. She hasn't played one in a while. She used to play Animal Crossing, but yeah. What have we done so far? Tile maps, 8D movement, JSON configs, pickups, dialogue systems, pushing blocks. Oh, you've done AI. Cool. That's definitely, AI is definitely the thing that most of these things lack, because AI is horrible. It's just the worst task. Diagonal wall sliding. Cool. Ledge jumping. Nice. Yeah, that sounds fully featured. Especially you got different types of enemies in there. That's cool. Like, standard enemies are actually harder to do than bosses, I found. Because bosses have a certain level of repetition in them, so that you need them to be predictable, so they can act kind of stupid. But well, they seem stupid if you break down their behaviours. But a normal AI that's walking around, they are stupid, but they need to appear intelligent. It's kind of weird. It makes them harder to make, I find. Alright, let's see if this works. Okay, that seems pretty good. But I know that there's enough time for me to click all the other buttons when I press that one. And that's a bit of an issue. Maybe not. I can't just rely on that though. Let's try that again. Yeah, so I can, obviously I can click it, but... So, what I need to be doing is... I also want to check to make sure that that isn't okay. So that isn't playing either. I feel like that's going to stop it actually functioning, but I'll try it. So I've got to make sure that the click is not playing. I'll try that. I feel like that's going to break it, but we'll see. Because then I'll copy through the rest of the event sheet. How long have I been streaming? 3 hours? Holy shit. Still haven't finished any tasks yet. Terrible. It worked. I'll try and click the pause button. No, not yet. I need to copy that into all of the other events. And I probably need to copy it with the other one as well, because they're both going to have similar code. Okay, that should have fixed my problems. Yeah, I'd love to make a Zelda style game. I really would, like, especially like a Link's Awakening style one, like something in this style. I mean, I could, I guess. It's just so much time. Like, crazy amount of time is needed. That worked. That's good. Now I need to make these do something. And I think currently you can... Yeah, you can unpause. I think bringing up that "Are you sure?" I think clicking resume should close all this stuff, probably. That actually might be the first thing I do. I'm going to make it so that that gets rid of everything. Yeah, I'm going to do that. This is a hell of a task. It's taking so long. I have also been blabbing a lot. So. But yeah, good job on the AI. So it's a lot of work to make it look good. What are you doing for art? Are you using sprite rips for now and then going to replace them later, or making stuff right off the bat? Right, where's pause? Hell is the pause button? Yeah, that's cool. I mean, you could probably just pay someone to go over all the sprites and do all the artwork, and then just offset the cost. That's one way of doing it. Or you could like, you know, go 50-50 split or something like that. Depends on whether or not that's this new sprites would be a selling point or not, I guess. I'm pretty sure that Metroid one I bought, I think the person who did the code and the person who did the sprites, I think they went 50-50 maybe. I think they both got something out of it, rather than the one guy getting the other guy to do artwork. Because a lot of the time you want people to update these things as well, so that kind of motivation is useful. Huh. There was actually something else I was going to do. Little bit of feature creep here. But I was going to make it so that the escape key would skip the intro as well as clicking. Yeah, so that might have worked. I just it was something that seemed like it would be quite easy to do and quite quick to do, so what's the input before? It's just something you expect to work on PC, so. Oh, if you're a pixel artist, that's fine, yeah. I'm not. So, I kind of, if I was going to do something like that, I would, Konami code. I don't use that anymore, but they used to be in the game. Yeah, I'm not that great at pixel art yet. Maybe in a few years, but not right now. Sort of get done what I need. Cool. Alright, let's try that. I think maybe if I was to do like a bigger game, I would probably get better at pixel art quickly. It's just right now I don't really have to do a lot of different art stuff, so I don't really learn a lot of different things. I can kind of continue doing the same thing and just kind of tweak it here and there. So I don't really get that much better. But I can't even imagine how to begin, like, with you know, doing SNES quality stuff. Okay, so that worked. I'm just gonna let it retry on its own. Reset, rather. Rebindable keyboard controls. Nice. That's a lot of work. Yeah, that's something that I'm not looking forward to. If I do a PC version of this game, I'm not looking forward to doing that, because right now you can kind of exploit the system by having two inputs do the same thing. So I might have to do an option screen where... Ah, cool. Works. Excellent. Right, I can scrub that off. So I did do 2 tasks tonight. Yes. Alright, let's see if this works. Okay. The audio seems to be fixed as well. Strange. I didn't mean to die then, but... Seemed like the sound effect was meant to play first then. That was a bit weird. I'm actually going to go back to change that to the way it used to be. Yeah, gamepad support would probably be okay for my game if I had it so that you had to choose between keyboard or gamepad, not both, because you could kind of exploit it by doing 2 inputs at the same time. Same thing with a mouse and a keyboard, or a yeah, mouse and the keyboard, or mouse and the keyboard and a controller, or a touchscreen as well. Like, basically, this game only works if there's one input device, which is a bit of a problem on PC because there's so many. And if I have gamepad support, I've got all these buttons that like you need to use a mouse on. Like, it's like, oh, I don't know how I'm going to do that. I'd have to make it so that there was an A button or a B button, or yeah. Yeah, not looking forward to doing any of that. Okay, so where's the audio for this? There, so yeah, I want the audio to play first, definitely. And then I need to find the pause button now. Is it all this colour stuff? Is this in a... Yes, it is. Let's make that scroll bar a little bit shorter. Fuck. Same with the character unlocks. Yeah, okay. This is good. Pausing. What's pause? What's the family? What's the pause family for? Shit, this is the thing I need to look for. Amazing, I found it accidentally. So if this is set UI pause filter to invisible, but I also want to disable all the other stuff. I know how I do that. Here. It's right in front of me all the time. I'm just getting tired, that's all. I've got a long week ahead of me on other games. Ones that pay actual money. Where's the... What do I even call that background filter? UI pause something, maybe? I've forgotten what I call it. UI pause filter confirm. Alright. Catchy. No, I need to make that invisible. I think it's because it's not a sprite, I didn't see it. UI pause filter confirm. Set invisible. I need to make sure these things are visible if they're clickable as well. Okay, that's already the case. Good. Your to-do list now, rather. Debug critical bugs and put new items. Okay, yeah, that's cool. So listen to the music on this one. Music's fucked again, don't know why. Didn't quite work. Oh, I know why. Because the only thing I'm actually hiding is these two. Was I hiding those before? I must have been. I can't have overlooked that. So it's set to... Yeah, I'd already done that. Okay. That's fine though, because I've got I can replace them with these new things I've got to hide as well. And filter confirm, I need to hide the text as well, which I'll have to back out for. Yeah, debugging. Like, well, it's what I've been spending most of my time doing these days. It's just it isn't fun work. It's pretty satisfying when you actually fix something, though. Like, it's just how often you fix things that's the problem. What am I looking for? Text. Confirm, I think? Maybe? Yeah, I think that's it. Run through loader again. But yeah, this stuff does not fix itself. There was a time in this game that it was 100% bug free. There were no problems with it, but it was also lacking a lot of features and content, so it wasn't that much of an achievement. Like, this music thing's really annoying. I think it's something to do with the preview though. Like, I think if I was to open Node WebKit normally, it wouldn't be the case. I think it would be fine. Right, so that hides it normal. That hides everything. Doesn't work anymore. Because when that's finished, I need to set it back to its default state. That's all. I think, maybe. I should have been doing these with a boolean really, but I'm not, so that's fine. I'm just gonna have to survive with the way I've set these ones up. Where is it? Oh, this is it, right. So it's on clicked I care about. So on clicked I want to actually set. I'll set that animation back to default. And I think I might do the same whenever it's set to 0. Because I do that with the pause button, so it's probably worth doing it with the home button as well. And why not do it with the other one as well, while I'm here. Let's try that again. I'm going to skip the... I think it's something to do with loading too many sound files at once. Sometimes it gets to the point where... Yeah, the whole like lack of sleep thing, it's a killer. Like, you can do some really stupid mistakes because your brain's just not fully functioning. Like, you're at the point where like there's a certain zombie state you can get to where you're like basically not sleeping at all, but you're just going through the motions because you know how to do your job, like you know how to get the stuff done. But as soon as there's something that questions it and there's something maybe you have to learn, you're screwed. Seems to work. Even if I try and like unpause it really fast, it still works. Cool, right, that seems quite robust. Whenever I play this game, like, in certain colours I think of different things. Like, when I play this in black and white or in the original version, like, you know, the Game Boy Color scheme, I instantly get this feeling that I want to finish this so I can make a platform version of it. It's like, do I really want to do that? Like, have I not had enough of this yet? The Plague Knight? No, nothing Shovel. I haven't played Shovel Knight. I want to. I've got it. I just haven't played it yet. It's on. I think I've got it on Steam, maybe. I know it's meant to be good. I just haven't had a chance to play it yet. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's something like Shovel Knight in here. I'd assume like most of my stuff's all like kind of Castlevania influenced. Like this level's like, well, maybe a bit Bloodborne actually. I was watching Bloodborne trailers while I was making this level, so I don't know. Yeah, maybe some Shovel Knight stuff. Maybe, I don't know. It's not intentional, but cool, I guess. I mean, usually you have to go through the menu to change the colours, but I've got like some hotkeys to change them mid-game. Plague Doctor. Oh yeah. There used to be a boss in this game called Mort, and I kept the art that I did for him, and he's just in a painting now. There used to be a boss, but I had to cut it. I just didn't have enough time to sort of, spend on it, unfortunately. But yeah, he's kind of just a skeleton with like it's basically the Grim Reaper, right? So it's kind of my like this game's an homage to Castlevania in so many ways, and there's two bosses in every Castlevania game. You have a mid-game boss against Death, and a mid-game boss. An end-game boss, an end boss against Dracula, or some form of Dracula. So in this level, I've got let's Noonan, fuck of it. In this level, I've got my kind of version of Dracula and my kind of version of Death in the background. But yeah, it's just somewhat generic. It's, like there was originally a boss. Like I wonder if the level doesn't work anymore. But there was a level. Do I have the artwork still? I don't think I have the artwork still. Oh, I've got the collision character for him. So it was he looked kind of like this, and he kind of moved around the screen and threw these sides at you. And yeah, he would appear on the map as a little bat thing, and you'd fight him there, like wherever he was. And there was a special level somewhere. Don't think, is it still here anywhere? Yeah, so there was a unique level. Yeah, in fact, some of it's here. I wonder if any of it works. Probably not. Might work. Maybe. Not really. But yeah, there was a unique level, and he'd move around and throw things at you. But yeah, cut, gone, no longer in the game. Yeah, well, basically, the idea was that he would move back and forth, and he'd throw the sides at you, and you'd hit them, right? Because if they hit you, you'd die, kind of thing. And he had an attack where he'd kind of lift up his scythe, and it would make graves raise up, so you'd have to jump on top of them, because if you ran into them, it would be a collision death. And I didn't really like the idea that the scythe would hit you and kill you, because it's added death into the game that wasn't just like a collision. You're being hit by a blade, and it seemed a bit violent. And this game's kind of lighthearted and doesn't really have any like the gore in it or anything. So it seemed a bit weird. And the Baron character, who's basically my version of Dracula, he was going to be sat in this chair thing that was kind of floating. He was going to fire fireballs at you, and you had to kind of, if you got hit by them, they just make you go faster, and then you hit the spikes that he was putting down. But again, spikes, it's kind of violent, and I have no problem with violence at all. It's just this game doesn't really have it, so I didn't really. Yeah, I don't know. And as for post-release, this is kind of my last release of the game. I think I will, if there's any bugs in this version of the game, I will fix them. But I don't think I'll be adding. Never say never, but I don't think I'll be adding more content to it once this is done. If I come back to this franchise again, I might add. Well, those bosses would come back for sure. And they'd work properly. Franchise, amazing. But yeah, we'll see what happens in the future. I was working on a sort of sequel of kind of at one point, but yeah, we'll see if I actually get back to that. Okay, right. So I need to eat another quality street. Time to move on onto the ones I like. Right. I basically want to do the same thing here. So if I was to copy this, nope. If I was to copy this and change all of this to reset pause, yes. No, rather. Wait. Reset home and change this to reset pause. Which one's going to be easier to do? The backing out, I guess, because I'm already doing that in the pause menu. So all that's going to do is remove all of. Sorry, message. Wow, I have been streaming for like nearly 4 hours. When I hit the 4-hour mark, I'm cutting it here because I've got to upload this to YouTube afterwards. Or maybe if it lets me. Okay, this gives me 10 minutes to finish this issue. Feel like Mario 64 painting. Yeah, like maybe if I was to do another game, I'd use the painting thing, like to kind of make a reference to that sort of stuff. But again, not sure if I'm going to come back to it as a franchise. We'll see. Set animation to. I don't think I've done animations for these buttons yet. Have I? Unmute. Why have I called them that? It's so weird. I mean, it's because I set them as audio to start with. It's just click unmute, I guess. God, I don't even know what any of this is. Let's just get rid of that. I don't know what that's for. Probably not needed. Oh wait, maybe needed. No, not needed. Because I'm cancelling this. So I basically just need to hide everything. Maybe? Good. I'm doing something useful, inspiring. That's good. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm doing something useful. Set. Unmute. Untouched of that. I don't think I really need that other options thing, but let's say mute. No, unmute. Open up to debug, throw the part and it goes into idle. Yeah, I mean, it could be loads of things, right? Like, you never know. Could always be something else that's kind of causing another problem to happen when one specific event is occurring. Depends on how systemic your stuff is, I guess. So that sets the confirm everything to invisible. Let's try it now. I just want to get the... I'm not even going to do the reset to menu stuff now. I'm just going to do it so I can just bring up the pause menu and close it and toggle it that way, like, for now. Puts me on a good path for tomorrow to get a load of stuff done. Like, I don't usually stream on a Monday, but because today's been a bit rocky, shall we say. Yeah. Well, that didn't do anything. Why didn't that do anything? So reset pause, no. So I need to set it up in the same way as the other things. So add another frame to mute. And then set it to 10 as well. And then change everything to mute. And that should be right. I think that should work. Yeah, and Construct 2, I don't find it easy to debug compared to a lot of other engines I've worked in. To be honest, I never run the debugger, that's probably part of my problem. Okay, that did something. The animation's not playing, which means I probably haven't set up the animation correctly. So on mute, it's set to 10. I know why. I don't have it in the... I don't have it ignoring the pause menu. Yep. Reset yes, but that's the wrong one. No, wait, I'm actually clicking on the wrong thing here. Yeah, it's this. So what I need to do is add clauses for both of these. So UI reset, yes. UI. Basically, because in pause mode the time is set to 0, right? So it's not going to do anything. And that should have fixed it. I'm still getting messages. slow as hell these days. Very good. Alright. I just need to listen to see how this sounds. I've got fucking sweet wrappers everywhere now, like this desk is a mess. I guess the sound effect should only be able to play once. Like if I hammer the button, I shouldn't be able to do that. But that's working. It's working pretty damn nicely, actually. I mean, usually I would have animated this, would have had the rope swing in and had the middle expand, but we're at a stage now where I'm not adding that much flair to things. Are you sure? No. Are you sure? Yeah, this looks okay. I think this should probably move to the middle a little bit, but it's fine. Trying to break it. It's not that easy to break, it seems. I think I can probably call it here. Probably. I got 1 minute. Okay, yeah, I'm about to hit the 4-hour mark. That's crazy, right? Yeah, I mean, I might continue a little bit offline, but for now, it's that's all she wrote, I think. Yeah, Destitute. I hope your project goes well. And yeah, stop by anytime. I'm usually streaming from I'd say from 8 until 10 most days, GMT. That's UK time for those at the back. Yeah, so didn't quite get the tasks done today, but I will. It's possible. Oh, thanks for following as well. Yeah, I'll get these two. I'll get these two done probably tomorrow, and I'll make a good stab on the achievement notifications because it's quite similar. Oh, hi, Falls Fire. Yeah, I'll probably have these things done soon as well, and yeah, I'll send you my details over. I'll send you a message on the Syrah forums or something. Yeah, okay. Thanks for watching, and that'll be it for tonight. Thanks.